Oh, yalla, let's begin the trial part 1 for episode 5. Um, the adventure of the unspeakable story. Hmm. Let's go. Let's carry on. Try to finish this tonight. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gaff's door was ajar. Ajar. See? It's a jar. Okay. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was. Once we got inside, Kor Blimey Lamy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that. Nice and quiet. Okay. Terrible coincidence, it would seem. Yes, look at adjusting the chat. There. Yeah, can you guys see the chat box over here? And then I have to go to the left. Need to be on the right side. This one to the left side. Yeah. This makes more sense. That way. Oh. Okay. I think this is fine. Yeah. Okay. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, and even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelming simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now. Of course, counsel, if you please. Counsel. And, yes. What's the matter, Bruno? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Cross examinations. Gonna begin. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and Gaff's door was ajar. See? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was. But once we got inside, Korblimey Lamy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. I went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. just left after that. Nice and quiet. We'll press on all those. I'm reading it again because it's so difficult for me. I don't know about other people how. Well, what do you think about this pair, Uno? I think they're lying through their teeth. That's what I think. I'm going to prove it. What is it, Iris? Well, I'm not really sure. There's just something a bit funny about that prosecutor over there. Wait, could this testimony be some sort of a trap? He was walking down Baker Street in the small hours. The gaff door was ajar, see? Okay, I'll press the null statements here. That's what you do. The front door of Windy Banks was ajar. You say? What time of night was this? Ajar? What does ajar mean? Ajar, was it? Does it mean it was open? Let me just quick Google ajar. اوكي مفتوح جزئيا ajar of a door or other opening slightly open. The home had help left the window ajar. Okay, slightly open then. مفتوح جزئيا. Okay. The front door of Windy Banks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I would say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Silky? Me, old mucker? Mucker? I'm curious about these words. Let me check again. Mucker. Mucker.
Mucker.
Let's hear that from the Google itself.
Mucker. Mucker.
Mucker. Person who removes dirt and waste, especially from mines or stables. مكر بالعربي مكر بعد ما غير شيء. مكر. Person who removes dirt and waste, especially from mines and stables. What about you, Silky? Me and old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection.
That is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside? Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was. But once we got inside, core blimey, lammy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. Wait, I didn't. Forgot to press on this. Let's press on this one. It's intriguing how they speak. The way they speak. What are you trying to suggest that you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways. Say, don't they, Ringo? They don't. They do, Nash. They do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? It wasn't no whim. I'm dead sure of it. Sure of that. Oh, that. It weren't, Nash. It weren't. Like we said at the time. Yeah, don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there is no way two ways about it. It was a sign that our long lost brother was inside. Oh man. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a block what looks just like our prov. I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping day today. But once we got inside, cold blimey, and we heard a gunshot from the back room. A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was Nash. It was Nash. It was. Ain't that right, bruv? Bruv is like brother. I think they found their lost brother, third brother, which is Inspector Gregson here, and he's like, "I'm not your brother" and all that. And you can find that at the end of my last stream. I was just checking out the first part of the trial, first 5 minutes. Yeah. Anyways, the firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windybank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Windybank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as a murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. We went to see what, but the door was locked from the inside. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps drawing would help Perhaps a drawing would help. Okay. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind the curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, you tend to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose we would have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination, my learned Nepalese friend. Would seem is of the former. All right, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, consuls. Because they ran away from the scene, and he was chasing them, but so they're cowards, including Naruhodo here. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing, Governor. We never talked nothing. We just left that nice and quiet. Here's the contradiction. Think they didn't leave. They ran away. You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story? Well, it was bedlam soon as warranted. Soon as warranted. Okay. Bedlam. Bedlam. What's bed? Bedtime, maybe? I don't know. Right, I'll check. On Google search here. Bedlam. The word. A scene of uproar and confusion. There was a bedlam in the courtroom. Okay. In the courtroom, huh? Okay. And I'm reading the example that Google gave me. مجنون، مستشفى المجانين، مكان يسوده الهرج، هرج ومرج. Okay, could be this one. مكان يسوده الهرج. A scene of uproar and confusion. Okay. What happened in the place? Yeah. Correct. Well, it was bedlam soon as warranted. It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me Dukes out me Lucy lockets. I'll just ignore those words. Okay, so with no time to take your hands out of your pocket, you just left nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers. We are not bulgers. We are, Nash. We are. Never even pulled me. Dukes out me. Lucy Lockets. Okay, so you'd really like us to believe. Hey, come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? Um, and did you not fire a gun at that person? Um, Saints alive. They fired a gun, you say? Ah, blimey, governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. Now they realize it. It was. Uh-oh. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled to the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. He's quite angry. I did hear that actually. There was a rumor that he'd been rushed to hospital. The great Holmes that beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. The suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. Oh, that's cool. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel showed signs of a shot having been fired from it. Okay. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder on the muzzle, as you say, counsel. Court will hold this weapon as evidence. Skulking Brothers' gun has been entered into the court record. Alright. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes. Here is to be you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection.
Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection.
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. We still need to provide evidence. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windy Bank that night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Let me just save here. What's the evidence? These two evidence, huh? I have to check the weapon that they have. Might find something. So there is ammunition that's still loaded in 5 of this revolver 6 cylinders. Yes, which to tell us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Holly, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we would walked in through Windy Bank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Anything else here? Oh, same. Okay. Let's check the other gun. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windybank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But this one bullet was fired that night and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop? I wonder. Trying to keep the articles safe? Hmm. Hmm. This is looking for the evidence for the bullet shot. And this is for the Windy Bank. We need Sherlock Holmes. Statement, something. Blood sample. Yeah, this one. There's another book. Yeah, here. That's one.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What? What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigation, we discovered a number of blood stains. Not trusting the police to do the job they are trained to do. How arrogantly Nepalese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the patent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? This one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed. The bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 60th. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes This is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Nah. I feel like they look like to me like the bad version of Mario and Luigi. If you don't, those two witnesses, I mean. If you don't exclude Waluigi and Mario. Order. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? This is the British version of them. Okay. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? And he throws it. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Repugnancy. Hold on, let me check. Just let me check. Words. New words. Repugnance. See.
Repugnancy.
Repugnancy. Yes. Again.
Repugnancy.
Repugnancy. Okay. الاشمئزاز in my local language. Inconsistency or incompatibility of ideas or statements. Okay. Okay. Got it. Repugnancy. Right. It exposes. Right. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the street. Hey, take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Soki. Set the brook straight. I have nothing to add. Oh, man. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. Oh, okay. That was his angle. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybank at all. So that's it. No, that's it. We did have nothing to do with it. Oh my God. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let's not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It would seem the man patronaged the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where is he going with this? So Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Cameras, right. Yeah, there are cameras in the shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. I'm reading too fast. I need to leave it. Leave all the sentence come out and then read it. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break in the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. Oh. Every 30 minutes takes a photo. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective position are here and here. Yeah. Okay, so You said these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. They were not in the camera. Hehe, that's a bit of friar tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves sulkin. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Oh. Good Lord. She's holding the gun. 1 a.m. It's the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured gun in hand facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt, coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Oh. I don't believe it, Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windybank. Ah. Some invisible Hadouken there. I say, my lord. Say, my lord. Oh, this guy. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand? 1880? Don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman. And what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement. You see, the battle of daily life, if you like. Here I am now, leading this small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we will all go down together. You mark my words, one for all and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that all? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is guarded squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make stealth report for the court, men. On the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there, I just wouldn't, but in all honesty, I can't actually remember. He's talking about. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth. Now. Undeniable. Stop. I'm very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. He must be his real third brother, I'm guessing. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Allah استعيل واجد.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty gear. Oh, that's a different guilty then. It does indeed appear that the jury is anonymous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Jeannie didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a submission examination. Very well, the court grants permission. I have to examine with the jurors. Each one find the contradiction in the reasoning, as usual. So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. I'm drinking this. Makes me burps. So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the submission examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Well, let me just open the light because it's dark here. Camera isn't even catching. Okay. Yeah, much better. The jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young Pochettini. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores prominently and rigorously eliminated. I think you will find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there will be repercussions by now. Did he do a surgery or something? This guy... Okay. Mind made up? Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow? Stop. Okay, no comment there. Another one, in motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Convinced. Okay. He's a Russian guy, works for mafia, something, Russian mafia, and he's holding a mouse. Great. Nobody noticed. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused land, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention the sprint. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Harley's camera. So we're supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. Which means there is more to this situation that we have yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the submission examination. The defense rebuttal. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket. Let's press on all of them. You're Mr. Natsumi's landlord, Mr. Gardeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer's chap. Well, there is a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Gardip house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenses. Oh, I haven't had the heart to break the news to Johnny yet. Bad enough that the old girls clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us. That's for dashed certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I am leaning towards guilty here. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he would pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. As a housemaid, I should like the old filthy, yes, yeah, that's for rest of this. Oops, my phone. Hold on. A message. I need to turn off the. I'm getting messages. How do you? Okay. It's distracting. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. Place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. Maid shouldn't say that, but okay. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You are referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rancid magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London's streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? It's really quite unforgivable. gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Shaw, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight. Anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Oh, okay, she changed the statement now. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. I'm afraid you are splitting hairs here, sir. Sorry? Whether it was the thieves or the pickpurse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated in my considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind isn't going to be easy. Bruno was one of those little brothers, one of those two brothers, sorry, that shot Hurley, wasn't it? Yes, without question. Oh, then I'll never forgive them. Oh, Eris. Perhaps we can use this maid statement to help us somehow, do you think? Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first. I think you'll find that if you look at the photographs... Yeah, yes. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection.
But there is no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? He has cross eyes. Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old, seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of the modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you will find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Oh, didn't? Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Okay, هذا شو صار. If I have left him in there, I should think let's press on this way. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that. Oh, so sorry. As you could probably tell, I am a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So what is it that you think you have left behind? Oh well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. Ouch. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly. Surely not. You say it to yourself, don't you? Worrying isn't it? That's what been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. He's not sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. He's not sure. Mine made up. Stop. Okay, let's look at this. She used a typewriter before. Sorry, radio transmission. What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed makes my head hurt. Just think about that. You are well informed, young lady. Hee. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission in the future. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. Use a geek or so. What? And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of the technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh. Somebody hates that statement.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but what? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5? Last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again, go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think they just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely, I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? Think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. Crime scene? You had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope. It could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Bruno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Absolutely. How about this print here? It should do its trick. Let's see the cat's print, right? Oh no, wrong button again. How about this one? Oh, I was wrong. I can't actually think of anything we could use at all. What? Really? Oh dear, I think maybe I need to have a stereoscopic look at your brain sometime. What's that supposed to mean? I guess I have to choose the evidence that shows Genie's holding gun. Anyway, let's press on this guy. Then we'll go back there. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not violent Bolshevik. That's the name. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Duh, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. He's a tourist? Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Duh. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That's all what I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there is a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Genie would never shoot anyone. Yes, we need to find contradiction in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. All the evidence clearly points the finger. Oh no, let's go back there. No, this one. Press on R.
Hold it!
Gonna skip all this. We know that they're having an argument. Okay, back to.
Excuse me.
We already read all this, so now we can skip and choose the picture. Yes, we got one, absolutely. Just in case we didn't get it right.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any two suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print. One more. Yeah, one. Don't have one alone.
Take that!
Wait, sorry. What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Bruno, what? You need two photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right. We don't have the other photo. Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No. I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need two prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Ha ha ha. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? All we need is another shot from a slightly different location. We could see the scene in three dimensions. Slightly another location. Sorry, different location.
Hold it!
Can it really show up new clues though? Don't know unless you try. How about this print here? Should we do the trick, I think. This print.
Take that!
Oh. Well, no. Maybe I can spell it this way. This one and
Objection!
those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement contradictory? Contradict? Con. Juror number 6, you have got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 and said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night, questioned, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Shawn in the on the abdomen. I understand. Surely they are not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear? Abdomen, abdomen, abdo. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Ugh. Here is word abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. أحاول يرجعها هذا بس وأنا ما يعرف. This is what you mean you should say in plain English. I'm a Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done nothing. But truth is, they shot Detective Da. That is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lies said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes, it is, Bruno. Easily. Sorry. With the prints from the Harley's red-handed recorder, if you compare the print that pictures Jeannie and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor, Cooey. Calling on the prosecution of the middle of submission examination of all times. Van Zeek's Cooey? What? Because of Cooey? The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulking brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. After the brothers' flight. So this is what taken after Harley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. The doll. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that obviously missing in the second print. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so. Yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understood the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think this is very important to continue with that, with trial. Yay, well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can't do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the submission examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filled as evidence. Now we have another photo. Another print in the court record. Wonder if we can make use of that. Of course we can.
Hold it! Take that! Take that!
Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera in Windy Banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the position of some objects. Then when you brain merge the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh. Oh. Of course, now I see. Ah, I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. I have. She has a crossed eye. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Harley's camera. Bruno, go on. Can you see that there is a really obvious difference between them? Yeah, the lamp. I noticed that when long time ago. The lamp. Um, Maybe I need to zoom in. Of course, there are two people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now try looking at the pictures in three-dimensional. Right, I will give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Rono? Not really. I'm just not very good at this, that's the trouble. Oh, don't worry, I have just the thing. I happen to bring with me a portable stereoscope. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but if you have had that contraption with you from the outset, could have saved me staring at Mr. Windybank and Gina like I hate them all that time. And if you remember, I said in reply that it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Anyway, why don't we try using this helpful little aid now? Here goes. Okay. Now let's see what you got. Wait, look at that. Ugh, what's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter they sort of jump out at you. Okay, everyone's doing it. Yes, 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 that's it. You see? Okay. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power. Something going to explain. He's even crossing his eyes. Someone's going to explain this black magic, eh? Why did you do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? Hmm? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you will answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope, as I said before. If you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift to the position of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I would say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interior. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zookers! Someone tampered? New information, stop. Not mentioned in a testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We have had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this submission examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. We save. Still in part 1. Who shifted the items? Who shifted the... We don't have evidence.
Take that!
Must be Windy Bank. Quite clear it was the work of this meddler. Oh no, wrong. I'm afraid you have daggers there, Counsel. Oh. It should now be clear even to you. Who is responsible for the impeccable shift in the direction of this trial toward the observer? Let me guess. Me? Shift aside, my Japanese friend. Let the real lawyers do the talking. Ouch. I really felt that one. You think about it, has to have been someone who was the Windy Banks when everything was going on, doesn't it? Well, yes, that's true. So that narrows it down quite a lot, I think. You have another think. We know somebody must have touched the things on Mr. Windybank's counter. So who was it? Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items of countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course, one of these two.
Take that!
So they did not even have time to pull Dukes from the Lucy Locker. My phrase book says Dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Locus is meaning pockets. Dukes meaning hands. Okay. But is this another lie? Is this what you're saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on. There a minute. Can't be sure of that. Quite agree, the accused is a common pickpurse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windybank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Mr. Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter, all of which points to one thing. The Skolkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpurse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skolkin brothers are thieves, madame. No better, in fact worse, than a pickpurse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the ground that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more of that shady pair with his head. Can you all see now? I think you will find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You have seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Oh, we're tied now. Wholeheartedly agrees. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. She's gonna buy a stereoscope. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclination via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. According to the juries without consents. And I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold into this, Rono. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Stereoscope has been the court record. Lord Van Zeeks. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Bouquet. A lot of new words here. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I have proven that Gina is innocent. Hi, Tararia. Yeah. Are you allowed to drink court? Well, the prosecutor can do whatever he wants, I guess. Oh, wait. Let's save another area. What is it? Episode 5. Hi, welcome to my channel. I play retro games, arcade games, many type of games. Mm, this game is a lot of fun. There is a lot of reading. I'm too tired now to speak even. Okay, hold on. Let me have a drink of water. Oh yeah. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. These are the witnesses. And Inspector Gregson, the last guy. I presume you heard the defense counsel's submission examination? Oh yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Solkin. Okay. Blimey. This is going to be hard work. Yeah, they're not suspicious at all. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windy Banks. Well, it was bedlam soon as warranted. It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me Dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. Basically, they didn't have time to steal, they said. They ran away. Upon seeing a murder scene in the place, they ran away. But they're lying, so... You brothers. Blimey. On the night in question, you rivaled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing or sort, or do you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Oh, you broke the glass. And that, gentleman, may deals a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Okay, they're shocked and had no words. I thought worth pondering, perhaps. Thought worth pondering. Say no more, Gov. We hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Illegally entry. The whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't riffling for nothing. Nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see, made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lummy didn't have give I can't read this. Give me a moment. Lummy didn't have give me a fright. We was thinking the shooters would come out the door and get us next. Lumia didn't half give me a fright. Half give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scrappered straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense accusation? You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidy it up, yeah? Tidy it up. Sorry. By their own admissions, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we would hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can make us sound a bit more cutthroat. It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windybanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Okay, the whole truth. I'll press on all the statements. Alright, we did no confused. Let's press on this one. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash. We ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo. Me old China. We would only land ourselves in even more trouble. I don't understand. The way they speak, I hardly understand. But we'll move on. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you have done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Oh well, that's rotten luck, says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash? Right, more like we'll tidy the place up. Sorry. Think he repeated this? It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirts on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up that bang. Big bro here screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, candlestick, and some skull whatnot. that got tangled in some marionette what knocked over a picture frame. What knocked them scales on the floor. You have really mastered working quietly then. What a racket me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. I feel like I'm gonna lose the way to speak English if I keep reading these words. Imagine speaking like that to someone. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then Sam, I mean, it was quite as mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam. Oh, what's that?
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Solkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only. Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. At least through that armband? Well, that's up to him. Well, how about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. They're lying. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help feeling like perhaps I have been a bit sloppy with your testimony here. Hey, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right, you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun."
Hold it.
So, in fact, you heard the voice. Did I press on this before? If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Oh, they reversed their statement. Second statement. Let's see. Kind of thing. Career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windybank. On me, Granny's life. Course it was. on his Granny life. Course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice. Hey, so that would mean what? What, Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Nah, we didn't know the geezer. Oh, I'm supposed to deny it when that broke in all the fantasy clubbers giving us the evil eye. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. on my granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we are clumsy. Don't forget we tidied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, okay, the bloke what on the place was holding a gun, so just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Go to the third statement. You're saying that Mr. Windybank and a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard Jesus say, if you don't wanna get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he would readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the persons who he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Bet he wished he would squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam! Kind of a thing. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. Okay.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life? It went deathly quiet after that. It did. put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside. Or so we have been led to believe. It was, Gov. It was from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom, like through the keyhole or spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells. Don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day we'll really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. As we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have even if we wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into I'm in the black.
Hold it!
They must even tidy up the inside the storeroom. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah. He was a bit hasty there. He was Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. You're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the streets, but apparently we looked dodgy to the Coopers, or somewhat. So they clapped the derbies on us like winking. And after you had been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, done it. That proves it, done it, eh? We couldn't have shut the pawnbroker, see? We never even had the chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Hey, what? Well, 'cause it's true, ain't it? Ain't it, right? Ain't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. And at that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these 2 witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windybank. correct? You've got it, mister. Down to a T. Hmm. So the Sulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it. That's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you are tired. Well, I need some tea now. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. There's nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Hmm. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Oh, very logical at times. Oh man. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you describe. You have concluded that there is something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Okay, let me get a tea and come back. Right back. Alright. Got my tea here. Yeah. Hello. Oh, yeah, still here. Oh, good. I thought there was no interaction here. Nice. Okay, let's carry on. Well, where were we? Right, we pressed on all these guys, and we need to. Must be in a statement just before. Let's hear the last statement. What should we find out from these guys? That's it. That's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea like that. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. Nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the word they choose. You can take all that in your brain when you quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. I've concluded that there is something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. These are hints to what to look for. That's why I'm reading these again. What to look for in these current statements. I think you should trust your instinct. Thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old or mine must be 5. Okay. I need to save here. So if I make mistakes, I just go back and solve them, right? Let me save it here. Right, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rivaling for nothing. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Oh, wait, give me that gun.
Hold it!
Let me press on this one. I have a feeling the second statement has something contradiction. So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, I've heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Kind of thing. Career in acting I tragically missed. I'll show them the picture. Because where the victim got shot is inside the storeroom, not outside that. But the pictures contradicts what they're saying, so try to. From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard was that of the victim, Mr. Windybank. On me, Granny's. I read that. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? Yes, Council, indeed it would. Yep. I read all this, so I'm just skipping. Already know. Just skimming on them. Come on. Yeah. Time to. Oh, wait. It was the second? Or... Here. First, let me check all the evidence. Might get something extra here. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. How awful for Genie, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharge Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that, if possible. I like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps? Protects planet. Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. What's this? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old. Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communication between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they are being intercepted by a hostile nation. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are looking for a new career. Bruno? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Grixie running from pillar to post at the moment. Oh, yeah. Okay, details changed. Let's look at the evidence. More gilded notes. I think that will come later. This one. Let's check the machine. You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see, and then when you look through the ice pieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing to get right is the position of the 2 prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. To open this. Oh, look at that. It's a totally changed shape just for one little button press. Well, that is what the button's for, Bruno. You're just like Harley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys, says the 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? Okay, see here. You have to pop your 2 prints to start with the, you see? Oh, it's the same. Okay, that's it. That's all there is. Just to show you. Let's give them the...
Objection!
Come on. Oh. I didn't get it right. There is clearly something odd about that last statement made by the witnesses. There is clearly something odd here indeed. Your behavior, counsel. Oh, haha, please don't mind me. That would be significantly easier if you would lower your hand. I won't lower my hand until I prove my client's innocence, as long as it's quite quick. Okay, that was wrong. Let's check the third statement. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so we should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
Fired? They're saying that Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have got pretty heated. And just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "We don't wanna get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver in his shop counter at all times. People say that protect the articles. Yeah, maybe I have to press on this one with that picture. Right. More, give me that, and yeah.
Hold it!
Oh no, wrong button. I was going to use the evidence. I pressed. Let me skip this. So much text. Present.
Objection!
Yes. Something. We got something. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's right, Gov. We've got the picture. A has Nash. He has, no question. Yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windy was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromise the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash. Too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Conclusive. Okay. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel. Heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Skulkin, never skulkin. Whatever that means. Okay. The bloke what on the place was holding a gun, so we should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. It's the same statement. Let me. It didn't have give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that. It did put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? Knowing that was opening? Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we have been led to believe. It was from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there. There, did we? Unless there was some other ways to get a view of the inside of the room, inside of the storeroom, like through the keyhole or spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells. Don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We are still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day, we will really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. As we know, behind the door was victims. Behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. I don't have a proof that gives them that shows that they were inside the storeroom. Something in the gun, maybe? So the examination still loaded 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tell us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. Bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through Windy Bank door. I'll make those brothers pay. This is Windy Bank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Hey, they got shot from behind? No. Where's the autopsy paper? Hmm. Windy blackmail operation upon broker. Okay. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Somebody shot him from the back then. Instant death for posterior bullet wound to the heart. Bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal. Yeah, this is the one. What is this? Gina.
Objection!
Oh, come on. Before the gunshot.
Objection!
Nope. Okay. Have one more last try.
Hold it!
To the black. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was Nash, we was... Okay, I was already checking like... Then she scolded them. Okay. After that we legged it down the street, but... nothing here.
Hold it!
Why should we believe that? What? Well, because it's true, ain't it? Place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door with used gun to his head. They never, huh? I think the last statement I have to break it. My evidence. Something in the last statement. Mm. Somebody shot him from the back.
Objection!
Nah. Ah. Game over. Game over, I lost the case. Guilty. Oh, oh, ouch. Hold on. Ah, good. Then go all over the place.
Guilty.
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 With all that flames around him, he doesn't feel hot. Your body plays. Gina is guilty, yeah. I prefer loading. Which one was it? في كاميرا
يعني طالع
يمكن واحد. Let's stabilize. Save. اسوي له خفي. في صوت ايش؟ ايش ساترني؟
كل الاجزاء بتشوف
هذا الجريت ادفنتشر الجزء الجديد. وين السيف مالي؟ والله ضيعت. Part 2 The Old Bailey. Okay, this one. This one was it, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's just do some of these. Hmm. Maybe I should show him this picture. Let me save it here. Okay. I think I pressed first on the.
Hold it!
Hold on. Storeroom. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead.
Hold it!
I have to repress, so the game will go progress a bit. I think I did this again. Hmm.
Hold it!
Let me just repress all.
Hold it!
Maybe you can do something here.
Hold it!
Hmm. Went the full loop,
Hold it!
so make sure of this one. I'll check the last statement again and try to find. I have doubt with the last statement. Knew the guy. Just trying to present statements here. This one. But the pawn broker. See, we never even had a chance, did we? Post shooting, color taken by the recorder. You had 30 minutes. This might be it.
Objection.
Nope. Nope. What?
Objection.
No. No. Keep trying. We stuck everything back where we found it and scrapped it.
Hold it.
Yes, whereupon you fired the shot from your own gun. Mr. Halleck shows. Only we could check with the, fingerprints.
Objection!
No. I'm sure the autopsy report have to present it somewhere. Let me just load here. So they struggled, but there is no in the autopsy report that shows nothing. Except a gunshot.
Objection!
Hmm. Yeah, well,
Objection!
oh, okay, that worked. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Oh man, it was simple as this. The whole thing threw me off. It made me think about other stuff. That's it, Gov. You have got the picture. He has, Nash. He has, no question. Yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash. Too right. All Jesus could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. Oh, wait, I did this. Stand conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed by aerial warning witnesses. Oh, that didn't work. But somehow it did something. To trigger, progression of the story. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. Um,
Objection!
maybe? Nah. Oh, fuck. Taking too long for this. Um, maybe a single bullet.
Objection!
Nope. Hmm.
Objection!
Objection!
Hmm. Hmm. Maybe I should repress again this statement.
Hold it!
Yeah, but that was a site A, and two having guns at each other. Some got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "Wanna get shot?" Didn't really sound like he mean it. Mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. The Windy Bank was known to keep a revolver in his shop at all times. Like that, to his keep, he put a bullet in someone's head if required. That's someone being himself, of course. Oh, okay, sorry to explain. Okay, and at the same time, Gulf. Then we hear the sound of someone hitting the deck, which is the body. Where everything went dead quiet. But there were two. Hmm. Tired of overthinking here. We've got it, mister. There's an important note here. So the Sulcan brother never encountered the indie bank. I have to look for something else. That's really true. Wonder.
Objection!
This will be my last 3 tries. If it didn't work, I'll look for a guide, something. Carry on. It's too hard. Am I missing something here? It's obvious. Hmm. Um. What about this one?
Objection!
Hmm. I have that picture now. Hmm.
Objection!
Um. Uh, that's my last try here.
Objection!
Look for a guide. It's very confusing. Episode 5. Trial part 2. Nash and Ringo, Culkin. The evidence, post-shooting. You want to press Juror 5? Hmm. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't ruffling or nothing. Pursue statement 2, which I did. Okay. We're in statement 3. It was for. Yeah, it gets deleted. Yeah, okay. We stuck. Okay. It's pretty easy. Pretty easy. Statement 2, and when you do pursue with Gregson, which I did, it seems more were heard. These brothers. Okay, after that, you want to present the crime scene photograph. Statement 3. Crime scene photograph. I did. Didn't I present this?
Objection.
This is what was missing. And because I was half asleep when Gregson was talking and all that. That's why I felt I missed out. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Wait, same. Enosh, he has no question. Yet photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not holding a firearm of any description. Hey, you what? Gordon Bennett? That ain't right.
Objection!
Can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. Hold on. Okay, I would remind the court that Mr. Windybank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that mall toller used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Hold it.
Stay exactly where you are. Right there. Hey? If the crime had taken place as you have so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give us rise to an undeniable, insignificant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim.
Take that.
Yep, indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, so we have been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, if I ask the court to study the photograph victim's body again, she was shot from behind. You can clearly see that Mr. Windybank was in fact shot from behind. So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Miss Sulkin. Yeah, but it's the God's honest proof. It is, Nash. It is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, and we saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun? Somewhat like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Sulkin brother must have encountered the victims in person. Nash, nah. Order. Allah. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to, it would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witnesses would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruth of your original testimony with renowned lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we cut it out, Nash. Cut it out. If we blab now, you know what he will do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Ugh. Bro, come on, the game is up. But he will have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that your brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death, I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and he heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed us his mug. Give me that gun. He bowed and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought he would had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He shoved me over the counter, pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it for that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? Well, yeah, so sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel. For the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Oh, yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I have been waiting for. Alright, we just got this inside the Gulf and this press. You said Jesus. I presume you mean the victim and the proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank. Who else? Sorry. I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom. Yeah, that must be the where he popped up from only place he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises, which means Jeannie must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windybank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What, that mole toller? Couldn't tell you. No way, Cooper. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old Jesus just lost it. Give me the gun. He blew and then flew at us like he was possessed. I thought he would had it. You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them the other side of the storeroom door. Hey, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windybank wielding a gun at the time? Who's he ever blind me, Lummy? A great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me, frontispiece. Okay, so what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windybank with a gun at that time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was bedlam, I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we would had it, I mean. For an old geezer, the block was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the top. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, candlestick, and some skull whatnot that got tangled in some marionette knocked over a picture frame. What knocked them scales on the floor. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Bro went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash. He did if he hadn't been there. The rock wouldn't have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. Okay. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled scene and back into the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windybank. He did everything he could to protect his shop. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot, Mr. Windybank? No, never. I was just, looking out for me, bro. Weren't I? I was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that right? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shut himself in. There is something about that last remark. That doesn't quite ring through. Wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Jeannie was in there waiting for him with a gun. Oh, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him and attempt to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Windybank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me bro here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me bro here. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it. Locked. It was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door. That one good and strong wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh, it would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank? Let's save here. Mr. and Miss Skulkin. What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you have encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did. What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windybank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premise. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respects to two conundrums. Two, my lord, twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed, namely, to what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you right, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there is one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there is a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's respect hugely. Prospects. So now time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answer to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. What the hole here?
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
Take that!
The defense believes that the victim would.
Objection.
What your answers in fact show is that your own position is as absurd as those you have indicated on the plan. What are you saying? What Lord Van Ziek is saying, counsel, is that your answers are clearly flawed. Oh, I knew it. It's twice as many chances to be wrong. So the questions are, from where did the culprit shoot the victim, and where was the victim at the time? Well, I don't see why we can't show that someone than Ginny could have done it in the storeroom, do you? Yes, that's the right way of looking at it, I suppose. Someone other than Gina in the storeroom. What's the best move here? Should I try again or gather more information? Leave it for now. We'll get more information. My lord, I would like to consider the situation a little more before giving my answers again. Consider the situation as much as you like. The answers do not exist. Very well, the court will hear from the witnesses again. While you deliberate, counsel. Will you deliberate, counsel? I feel too tired today. Still hiding something, don't you think? Yes, I'm sure of it. And not just a minor detail either. But almost certainly because of these two that poor Mr. Windy Bankwell. Well, you can't let them get away with it, you know? I know, but I get the feeling that there is even less evidence at my disposal this time to prove that they did it. We've come so far. Now it's time to finish them off. Well, I'll do my best. Alright, so we just have to.
Hold it!
Cross side to the entrance. Yeah, that must be where he popped up from the only place I could have been.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in previous testimony too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Hey, did we? Sure.
Hold it!
Button, huh? In the brothers with the scene in the
Hold it! Objection!
nope. Their story is too different now. Let me check the clue again. I'm too tired to think. I did it. Oh man. You're just assuming. I did this now. But where I put the... I'm just looking at the correct answer here. Should have went and done this one. Okay, if you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person have fired the gun. Fired from here, but I pressed it on this area. I'll put it right here. Maybe someone. Okay, what do I do?
Take that!
Take that. Yeah. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question,
Take that!
no. Oh, it's quiet now. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windybank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of the blood on the storeroom floor, doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you're adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skolkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Windybank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. But these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Nah, gah. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on, the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. You also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock. But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the store room door. Is that so? Okay, very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from inside? Uh-huh.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was only the other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel. Yes, that's a tricky one, that isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course, Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does. Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windybank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bro. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bam. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windybank fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov. We ain't. We gotta believe us. I mean, come on. Never shoot no one.
Objection.
That's bluntly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder. Naga. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look. That was amazing, Bruno. It was as shady as a dense forest. Okay, that was amazing. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, probably the last. Well, I think you have done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. I myself find the defense argument most persuasive. I dare say such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers, in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? Nani? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you are unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this badly conjuring trick, or whatever it is, to the troops on the ground. The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you are not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets. Oh dear. He noticed then. What everyone's talking about. Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two bullets. Correct, the first that which hit the victim in the back in ending his life. And the second that which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet early in the proceedings. Bullet which injured Mr. Holmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Oh, that's Holmes' blood then. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. Single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes, right? Before your eyes? Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Windenbank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument, however. It was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Ugh. Ugh. Well, he was trying. Order, order, order. And he throws the whole bottle. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zee. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is the far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Uh-oh. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent, as we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilded down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc. McGilded music box disc. The very day for the hateful murders of Windenbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, and with one of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop. If pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that the facts at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament. Lord Van Zeeks, I am Inspector Gregson. What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that this couldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he's said to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions. Right from the top, the government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. So he is here for this reason. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Music box has been. The prosecution has established the accused motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for 5 minutes. Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Rono. My lord! Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now. If truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Gee,
Guilty.
back to guilty. Yes.
Guilty.
Guilty.
We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Harley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Earth. I don't think we are finished yet. There is still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there is one thing that I am absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second submission examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? The squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. And I need a break. The jurors' contentions. Once a rogue, always a rogue. Once a rogue, always a rogue. Say different breeds to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, because that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such a grief. The accused attended a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I'm ballistic expert. I've seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. What? It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But then that fell apart like a house of cards. I saw that I would jolly well Well, being hoodwinked. Yeah, that's what that means. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Eris, that's persecutors being mean. Just because Jeannie's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past. That doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here is to the truth coming out eventually. That's enough. Premiable. Premiable Council, proceed with the submission examination. Come on. Yes, my lord. Need to take a break here. Hellas. Allah. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I think that's good enough for today. Part 2 of the trial. We reached part 2. No, long time ago. Okay, thanks for watching, guys. And sorry for keeping waiting for all this. Today, too tired. Reading some hard English words are make me unfocused. Anyways, thanks for watching. Take care. Need to go and rest now. Bye for now. Maybe I'll continue tomorrow, or the maybe after tomorrow or tomorrow, something like that. I don't know. If I feel good, I'll do it. I don't want to be feeling tired and screaming, especially when the game is all text based and you have to read. Anyways, ciao for now.